private. Okay. Second. Address. 230 North Clinton Avenue, 230 North Clinton. Alright, I have you.
Shoot your motherfucking ass in the eye with the fuck now. Then I'll fucking burn your ass.
230 North Clinton.
Alright, motherfucker. If I shoot you in the eye, I'll fucking burn your ass. Motherfucking ass on fire.
528, recheck status. Space is going to be transported here in a minute. Love it. Oh, yeah, 45. God, love it, check. Guys. Except for my one. Can't remember because of the thing. Incredible TV. Game was fairly. Right, I guess. Hello, 11 so far.
Bet you never had a fucking arrow pulled out of your fucking head, have you? You never fuck with somebody that fucking shoots back, right? Because you only fuck with the weak, right? Do I look motherfucking weak to you, bitch? You only fuck with people that you can. Motherfucker, you can't. Because I'll fucking get you first. To us, bitch. Skinny-ass little motherfuckers thinking they're fucking brave. I tell you what, if you're fucking brave, kick down that fucking front door, bitch. Kick that fucking front door down, you'll see how fast you'll fucking die. Just one.
By the 20 check standard. Okay, 45 and up, St. Mary's Hospital. 45 on. Tell me on shit. 405 will be out.
About 20 chicken cash.
I feel like I want to attend the Robinson Braves.
Okay, $45 pay Mary.
Oh, okay.
That makes me too.
Okay. That part.
Game like 44, 10, 41. want to check this.
Bacon. Pepper.
Pick up our thing. PCI 159 camera shown. Now I've got a 147 South American.
Size me up, bitch. 210.
Pepper. Pepper.
$5.28. $5.28. Nothing on Thursday, camera at 147. South American, I'm out at 141, secondary account. Yeah.
That's fair.
Back to ball.
That's fair.
Hey.
Right between the eyes.
Give me a minute, I'm trying to follow on this paper right here. Right.
So fucking good. I can damage my glasses. I use for a fucking target. Got it right between the fucking, right there on the fucking nose. It would have went up at an angle. On the fucking bridge of your fucking nose. Got that on. William, your fucking account's open, dude. And you know I got more than one fucking account in your name, right?
Check out 45 returning in service.
Fuck with what you did in Kuwait, motherfucker. Because that Croatian may beat Korea you. Hey, it's 210. I gotta fucking change the fucking number. That country is fucking awesome. Go ahead and fucking do the gematria on the label of the fucking.
One by name, can't help it. Last name is Avalos, Avalos, Rebecca, Bill, 6983, looking for the address. Snowbound, clear, Duck Avalos, 154 Northwest Ave.
You don't have to worry about shit, but if you step inside these corners, your ass is my barbecue. I mean, I may just fucking eat you to see what it feels like. You've been eaten, motherfucker. We don't fucking play those games, dude. I was being hoods and fucking raised in the hood. The other fucking woods. So yeah, I got to spend my fucking toddler fucking years running around in fucking dark woods. You don't know until you fucking taste. It's like finding out a hot bitch fucking tastes nasty. You still gonna fuck her? Probably. You think I never ate some fucking pussy before, dude? What's the difference? What's the difference between you and a fucking pussy?
Okay, so 45 second orders. What about that first?
That's why your fucking algorithm is fucked on your phone now. Fucking dumbass shit you put on it.
Can't come back for you. 171 South Madison. 171 South Madison. 171 South Madison. Hold on, and first, we're going to come north by south, come straight to. That's actually looks like cigarette here. I'll still take them. Right here. That's awesome.
Your ass is safe as long as you stay away. That's all I gotta say. I can't fucking guarantee your safety if you're 5 feet away. Motherfucker either reflexes don't fucking suffer. See, this is the funny thing about Honor. Fucking Hunter fucking is always cocked and fucking loaded. He's always fucking hitting him. And he's always waiting for his prey to sneak up on him. Hunters don't fucking. Well, if they're hunting down like a fucking cougar or a fucking, something like that, a wild cat, it's a different story. Because then you need hunting dogs. But if you're hunting big game, dude, you fucking wait for that shit out. You hunt small game, you brush it out with dogs. I'm gonna consider fucking bobcats and shit like that, mountain lions, small game. A motherfucking muskrat will fuck your ass up.
Vehicle, like a red BM Audi.
A red BM Audi?
That one.
A red BM Audi? Could you imagine being such a fucking dead shot to get somebody right between the eyes? You seen how fast that was? That was less than 30 seconds. By the time I got my phone set down, my fucking loaded, fucking configured, and fired.
Okay, I'm fire training. You can clear me over here on those down. All information for report.
I don't know anybody with that fucking good of sight. To be quite honest with you, I couldn't see shit. It was in the dark.
Okay, Tom, can you read that so I can start my report, please? No.
I can't see shit because I'm always in the dark. May 28th.
anytime 5:20, 5:30. Reference call them on. I'm going to be out of Casey on South Casey on follow up with him. That's what he said. No. Go ahead and try. I think some target practice. Go ahead and try. I think so. Is fake. Can you spot which one is fake? Here's the first one. NAACP links earthquake signs in Oregon to white supremacy. That's what warning people about earthquakes is racist. Is that a real rumor? Or is this a real rumor? Right? Whites and associated to milk, a white substance. Is the way our galaxy is named racist? Is the Milky Way galaxy racist? Or is this? We will go over which one is fake and which one is real later on in this video. Top present, well, is education.
The fucking Milky Way can't you?
Well,
Negative.
welcome to the Rescue News. It's been a while since our last episode, but we have to go over some of the craziest,
What about chocolate milk, motherfucker?
Culture movements in America. Back to the intro. It has gotten to the point where most of you probably cannot decipher which one of those is fake. And I assure you, one of them is real and one of them is fake. But it's hard to tell which one because they're both very believable with the degree of focus that we have to. That's a problem. On today's episode, before we get to which one is real and which one is fake, we're going to go over some more examples. Some more things that are really running amok this detachment from logic and reason in America today. And as always, these are new videos. If you cringe, you win. It means your brain is working. It means you know that none of this behavior is helping anyone. It's not creating justice. It's not doing anything positive. It's creating more division. It's making some people act insane. And at the end of this video, I will tell you which one of those articles is real and which one is fake. But before we get to today's examples, as always, please continue to support this education by heading down and liking this video and making sure you want to have the bell click for notifications when new videos are uploaded. On to today's SJ episode. If you cringe, you win. Go. We're back 1 1/4.
Okay.
I think it's time for another adult pre-K lesson. What do you think? All right, turn your listening ears on. Catch a bubble in your mouth. Good job. Okay, here's the thing. Preference is something like, I'm looking for a partner who likes kayaking, or wakes up early in the morning, or loves pizza.
Ain't nobody gonna fucking marry you, dumbass.
Entire group of marginalized people, that's problematic. Okay, that's not nice, that's not a preference. If you lump all fat people in one group together as though they are not very different individuals, that's not good. It's like lumping all black people in one group and saying, I don't like black people. It's
If it
racist.
don't stink and I can
Lumping
get
all
in it,
disabled people
it's all
in one
good.
group and saying, I don't think people in wheelchairs are hot. He's ableist. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Obesity is not a marginalized group of people. That's just not. I'm sorry. But, guys, obviously, if you have a preference of a physical trait, that's problematic. All right? You cannot, if you discriminate against obese people and you're not attracted to that,
You're not gonna get hard
you're
on.
going out. Make no mistake. Friends is a terrible show about cruel people who terrorize them because of their perceived queerness. Anyone that likes Friends, you're a bad person. You're promoting this awful show. How dare you? Let me know what you think in the comments.
check out because I pushed towards the work. So I decided to wait in line. Just so happened to be like, and she looks at me and she says, "I know where you're going and I appreciate it." And I said, "You shouldn't have to." And we shared our kind words.
Yes,
And she's like, give me chills.
he was up that word and those
But be safe. No, like you shouldn't tell me to be safe. You need to be safe.
It's also
If
going
you're 11, 18,
you're going to have a
that's
meltdown.
11, 18.
Make sure before you do it, alright, it's gonna make you feel this sense of purpose when you post it online, make you feel important, make you, vulnerable. You are vulnerable. Don't forget that lesson. Do not forget that. USC professor placed on Dr. Blackstone's complaint his pronunciation of a Chinese word affected their mental health. I just saw we're so screwed, you guys. We're so screwed going forward.
If I did not go on Twitter and search myself NBCSNL with my two thingies and click on that and see that they did indeed tweet that as a real thing that's going to happen, I would think that it is just going to happen something.
Dude, I think I'm gonna watch this shit.
Because this.
Do we know about that? Dude, I think it's entertainment. Beaver in Hole. My favorite fucking song.
Listening to Prison Fan TV, and we're here at Dragon House, and
Matt Major.
do you know anything about your boy? I prefer not to know anything about my coach.
What motivates my opponent? I prefer not to know anything about my opponent.
I guess that's what motivates you in the taking care.
Let me tell you what motivates me. What motivates me is staying in the dark tunnel. I stay in the dark tunnel, you can't see shit. I stay in the dark tunnel, what fucking difference does it make? I stay in the dark tunnel.
Was the fucking bass knocking you off there?
Can't see shit. I stay in the dark tunnel, I'm gonna be.
That's weird.
And you're on the on the big thing. What's up? I'm Matt Major, and you're watching Fan TV.
Negative archaeology.
In the present. Fan TV, and we're here at Dragon House, and I'm here with
Matt Major.
Hey man, I was watching some of your fights inside Bellator, and you were hanging out with this world champion fighter. Right now, he's still the champ, and I think you're the only one that actually lasted 3 rounds. And right now, I know you're fighting for Dragon House 14. Do you know anything about your opponent?
I prefer not to know anything about my opponent.
Okay, I guess that's what motivates you in the taking care.
Let me tell you what motivates me. You know what motivates me is staying in the dark tunnel. I stay in the dark tunnel. Because when you're in the darkness, you can't see shit anyway. So what fucking difference does it make to know who this man is? I don't care if he knows who I am. They got pants. They put
Bun mayo, chicken pickle bun.
That's right. Listening to the Fancy Day, and we're here at Dragon House, and I'm here with.
that major.
Do you know anything about your opponent?
I prefer not to know anything about my opponent.
I guess that's what motivates you in the.
What motivates me? What motivates me is staying in the dark tunnel. I stay in the dark tunnel, you can't see shit. I stay in the dark tunnel, what fucking difference does it make? I stay in the dark tunnel, you can't see shit. I stay in the dark tunnel, I'm gonna be in a hole. If you were a snake, and you were in the tunnel in the hole, and the big fat beaver came in there with two books sharp teeth. There with your slippery ass. You think you're gonna make it happen? I feel sorry for you. I'm the beaver in the hole. I stay in the dark tunnel, you can't see shit. I stay in the dark tunnel. What difference does it make? I stay in the dark tunnel, you can't see shit. I stay in the dark tunnel, I'm the beaver in the hole. My prediction. The rapture. I predict that the aliens gonna get in the middle of this whole thing. Because they're gonna be like, we don't want the priority of Zion to show his face. I am the reason for it all. I'm the beaver in the hole. I'm the beaver in the hole. I stay in the dark tunnel, you can't see shit. I stay in the dark tunnel, what fucking difference does it make? I stay in the dark tunnel, you can't see shit. I stay in the dark tunnel, I'm the beaver in the hole.
Hello, what's up? 57 confirmed.
Look, did you know there was a government-funded
Yeah, that's dirt.
58 confirmed. And 47 confirmed.
I'm sure you know this place already. Was you? Yes, sir. It's just for us, though, my mustache. This works good in the field. You can also do it in your big boarded, fancy, perpetually clean shop. What you do for, but
You managed to get away from the harpy nonetheless. I'm watching you. Basically, you take the old O-ring, you match it up length for length, and you give her a little bris. Square as you can, yeah.
The subject can maintain that once a report of the mass that's around the area of
Give it a
interest
little
report.
bit extra tightness there. Cut her straight as can be. Acetone, smoke them if you got them. Also gloves, help to not get acetone onto your derma. Smoke them if you got them. Little dab of super glue. I use the 404 Loctite, 20 bucks a tube. You get what you pay for. You know, it's a weird flex, but so see it's on a bit of a handle, but the thing is about nitrile rubber. Yeah, it says pliable. See it opened up on the bottom side of that over there.
There was
It's not ready to go to work.
doesn't want. So we'll do another little shot. We don't want the big gobs to dab it off.
Oil.
We'll try again.
1090, 230 Barrington Drive. From Barrington Drive. The outer garage and patio doors.
Words in your hand that you don't fucking do at all.
Demo.
131 in a row.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the shop. Springing head springing with our new endeavors and fancy turns to packing soil and laying concrete. I've long ago learned that it's not the wizard, rather not the wand, but the wizard. Well, I'm fucking with that CNC machine working on wood, still picking the dirty carbohydrate foam out of my teeth. I'm building a concrete slab on the outside, using a CNC router, all the stuff. Yeah, but we got a lot of labor to do, and then we got to pack the soil, we got to lay some concrete slab. Aha! Not a problem. Opportunity. Tools to buy tools and with this granite mountains melting the light dust before nowhere you find man without tools. Without tools he is nothing. He is all Thomas Carlyle back in the 1800s. Fair bit of hubris mixed in there, but at the same time, you gotta have a little bit of stoke. I've never done this. Pretty likely not gonna work. But enthusiasm is 9/10 of the battle, of course, because in theos being God, when you're enthusiastic, you have divinity, a spark of divinity. And unfortunately, what I'm finding now, with the summer students coming on, the young apprentice and so forth, they got no fucking stoke at all, and it's really, really sad. I understand without any stoke because I've been in pain for the past little bit, but I'm coming to the light at the end of the tunnel, and lo and behold, it's not the locomotive coming at me. We are gonna build something cool, put it on the internet, whether or not it works. It's only time will tell. Fella in the comments said I should fix that. Don't shit on me. A fair point. Fixed it. Evan, you remember this part, partner. You've been around too long. Time to move to greener pastures. The grass is always greener over the septic tank. My God, I gotta get some air hole pluggers. These grinders. Better part of welding is so obnoxious. You ever get a Virgeo you're watching and fella doesn't turn down the volume on his grinder? Yeah!
We've been really fighting it over there.
Use a hot snot gun on this one. It's nothing if not expeditious. Also, we got to save a little bit for the, when we get into the promotional materials, you need a stack of dime rainbow Instagram weld for matching up to the heavy metal guitar riff.
Dude, that's what it is. The bass fucking knocking me off.
Ranching, butt wiper, stimulated rice wine beverage. Oh yeah, shield down.
It's on there, dude. One more time.
Not perfectly centered, but we don't want it perfectly centered because we want it to be the one that gives you for extra mixage. I will now show you what it takes to become a farm grade welder. Technically speaking, this is a flippy uppy bit. One means go, blinking lights and dials. Just leave it the way you found it and get yourself a good grinder. Oh, fuck yeah, boys. A little silicone turning on there. We kiss black. See the Power Fisted Door Smasher special all week. Sorry, we're out of stock. Do the next guy solid. Always knock the slag off your noodle.
Oh, yeah.
Black Fish Distillery in reference to
You
facility
are now a qualified
Keyboard Farm,
welder.
6th Avenue, Unit Number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Supervisor Hurley and Lord,
a little
turn
bit
off
of
the
shop.
power.
Through my drawers. Otherwise, baby doll, say hello. No fucking stroke at all. This next step is going to be patently obvious to the most casual members, and yet oft neglected. Check the fitment of the shaft before you get out in the field. Trying to bang it inside the baggy hole with the hot breath of management coalescing on your collar. You see, when you weld stuff, it moves all over the place. You got a patina crap in there. For a kiss. It's the machinist's favorite weapon. Broke the doors now. I brought some fancy to-go hole punches. Got to see that carefully. Nothing turtle. Listen, this here is a snow bucket, mainly used for garbage. Not too much snow here. Empire Dirt being in Canada. And yeah, got no need for pipelines or coal or, I mean, right now, there's not going to be any need for a snow bucket anytime soon. So I'm going to punch a hole right beside it.
42 shots, you know, the Explorer medium restaurant, and the choice price will be out investigating after 42 will have that be trans.
Stupid.
We got 17 on jumper packet.
Person groaning and gagging on my hands and knees.
The motherfucker
All to avoid
just said
that.
he's not going to be plowing snow. Those motherfuckers are down.
Of course, I got my own tractor. 1963 Case Widowmaker. Brakes optional.
Ah.
Oh,
Heading 911, unknown
I love it how you
number
tell me
showing
like-
1 foot in the area, 96, bus Jeffrey, no background.
false alarm. Oh, for fuck's Al Gore always sticking his nose where a couple of that big old fat hockey stick with your legal curve. Saving the planet 5 liters of diesel at a time. I love how it's looking to take a fat rip through the particulate filter just as I get on the chase.
What's the fucker line?
Maybe it'll take 2 seconds.
Never record. Michelle Perez, he's a Massachusetts, he's at 507 Riverstone Parkway, some mid-style, no problem. There's history at 196 West Jeffrey, apartment
Mechanic,
2,
flip shit.
1016.
Bigger the guy, the better the job. Contained not with Allen grub screws, but by a bolt. So you gotta make sure that when we're spinning the thing in this,
She's at Murphy's.
it's the right way so it pushes
The
and not
phone
pulls.
did seem 1 foot in the area of 96 degrees.
Got my Grand Marteau here. This is fucking gravity. I might need to reposition. Alright, I like it. I think it's pretty damn cool. Problem is, some things are just too cool to sell, you know? Yeah. Check the fitment of the shaft before you get out the field.
You also, the jails need their reports for how they
Check
work.
the fitment of the shaft. Not really going on. Kind of slippery. So we're going to take a jack bolt and thread it in there. We got the clearance. Run the interference. And that'll pull it in, hopefully. Mangling up the threads. Or mangling up the shaft. Kind of get it started here. It's a dangerous operation, but dangerous. It's something.
If you're gonna be a fucking human trafficker, you're gonna have that shit for the rest of your fucking life. You dirty fucking cocksucker.
Ain't nothing but a little bowl. Now that that's over with, we successfully coated all the bearings in that motor. We need a crossover relief for a motor, however, this does not have high initial load.
That shit sounded great.
That is the valve.
Great
Pressure
fucking
all the deadheads stop it.
sound.
Spinning the thing and really fast, and the simple fly, you don't know wheel.
Kind of got a little echo.
If not, that's why God made hoses. Right, we got the nozzle on the hose
God
there
made hoses.
of previous, but non-stop. So hooked up except for the one B port, actually A port. We're going to run some hydraulic fluid from the tractor through all the lines, purge the schmoo out of her. You'll see very likely some water crap coming out. It's not going into the overly expensive Dear John filter.
Dear John.
Well, it runs like a deer and smells like a John. We're about to find out. Hello, tractor. Sounded like a boot. Anything come out of that hose? Oh, yeah. Let's keep her running, eh? There she be, all purged. As an addendum, tools do not float in hydraulic oil, however, they do get concentrated, and it appears that the mechanic's lipstick does float in hydraulic oil. Ah!
Sure, 21. Mostly her, she went on and on and on and on. My advice was it was a civil matter. And the home she's living in is a family home. The Gilberts have been there for years. I'll be turning 33 this year. But Sheriff comes 2100 $.
Then you fucking just disconnect the motors. You don't even have to. Nice.
Little too much in the bucket, I'd say. Gotta dump some out, add some Portland.
That'll preserve your fucking body. Portland. These motherfuckers always do this shit in their way. Why don't you let your shit first? Go next Portland. Hard to pronounce it.
Yeah, let's try and get there.
Fucking gravel. It's a fucking bitch by hand. Let's just fucking shit. Here's your fucking shovel, dude. There you go. You got the hoe out. There you hoe. The fact of the matter that you left it wobbles makes it work better.
Won't be long with seeing this on Tiny Tractor Tummy Time with Tommy Took a Look. 108 must-have upgrades for your tiny tool. Any tractor affiliate link in the doobly-doo. 15% off if you write in my code. ShieldReviews.com. I think you put another motor on one there, counter rotating, bigger flights. You got yourself a Dr. Dolly. Thanks for watching. Keep your dick in a way.
Yeah, you needed a fucking. You needed to fucking have the auger blade connected to the other side with the fucking bearing. A rod bearing.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, you guys, whatever time it may be. Today we have an adventure. Sometimes it's the job that's exciting, but sometimes it's the customers, and sometimes it's people that live next to the customers. Lately, they keep making our jobs interesting.
Yeah, it sounds like that lady they got next to him is causing them a lot of problems.
But today is kind of the accumulation. That's a tough word for a Pollock to say. Accumulation. That's probably a bad word. Don't Google that. Anyway, accumulation of this neighbor's efforts to undermine things that we're doing. It gets to be an interesting day to day. And if you guys end up liking this video, do me a favor and hit that like button. And let me hear from you in the comments down below. But let's get this adventure started.
All right, so one of my very good buddies swears by the Milwaukee Sawdust. I have always been more of a Diablo kind of guy myself, but I picked up Milwaukee as a wrecker, and then my favorite, the Demo Demon. Both have the carbide teeth on it, same size, they got the same TPI. So what kind of blades do you guys like using? And not because of the logo on it, like what kind of blades do you guys like to use?
So the first day we started this project, the neighbor came out and mounted security cameras all along her property facing our way. The guys noticed other strange things happening throughout the property. On that great house behind us is an electrical box, and on top of that, you'll see a security camera from the neighbor watching us.
When you purchase City of Phoenix, we support you with career coaching for.
On this site, there isn't a lot of spare room, so we've got a lot of pinch points. If you go around this corner, that's a definite pinch point. We don't have any rooms, so that little Kubota sure does come in nice. So what you may be paying attention to is we've got two packers on this project, and right now what they're doing is putting in a deeper lift. That means they can't use our 150-pound plate packer to compact a lift this thick. they're going to opt to use their 1,000-pound plate packer. And the reason they're able to use that is because as they get closer to the top, it's really easier to handle. So if they've got to be able to pull it out, they can chain it and yank it up a bank a lot easier and set it into position a little bit better as we get closer to the top. So the lifts can then get the So both packers look almost identical. The 1,000-pound plate packer and the 150-pound plate packer are both plate packers, which means they use a solid plate to do the compaction for them. That's sheep's foot packers, jumping jack packers, rolling packers, and a variety of other packers.
30-0-2-4.
She's just kind of going where she wants to go. It's like it's swinging on a fan or something.
Now you want to blame carefully dig this base out. When I say carefully, you don't want to oversize or dig too deep. You wanted to get it to the exact right elevation, not to disturb the soils underneath. And even though he took his care and time to do that, we still run the 150-pound plate packer over it just to pack down any unfinished areas that may have loosened up before the base material goes down.
Next bit, also important. You gotta clean these suckers off. Okay, so obviously, you don't want nothing on the top of the block. You don't want anything in the stem where the pins go through because it can make it not pin all the way. Yeah, cleaned up. You want to check. Like right here, it's just gonna come up. A little bit of dirt, but that's enough to throw the course off. So, I need to get my scraper.
Now this is where you have to be picky and where a lot of guys aren't, unfortunately. Any kind of instructions at the top of these blocks will be like the Princess and the Pea, right? You've got all these mattresses and a tiny pea in the bottom mattress, and that's going to throw everything off. Well, on a retaining wall, if you let any instructions be on those parts, as the wall gets taller, you're going to start to see it. You won't see it if you only stack 1 or 2 courses on top of the instruction. But if you've got 10 courses, or worse yet, 20 or 30 courses to go on top of it, by the time you get to the top, your retaining wall is failed. This is where you've got to babysit every single course and make sure that you get those blocks clean, especially where you lay down, because the grid will trap the debris and not let you get it cleaned out right. So you've got to do this step before you lay the grid down, as you can see on the row below. Rock is cheap, but fixing the retaining wall is. This base is not. But we know as contractors, if we put this much base material down, there's not much of a chance we're going to get a call back. Hey, something happened to my wall in 3 to 4 to 5 years. This is insurance for us. So we overkill the base. We overkill the drainage zone. When you overkill those 2 zones, your chance of success goes up a lot. A lot of guys skimp on the rock. Don't. Question came up. One of our other videos, could you backfill the entire retaining wall, including the reinforcement zone with rock? And the answer is absolutely. In fact, one time we built a 5,000 square foot retaining wall to a parking ramp. But to make sure no water got trapped between the ramp and our retaining wall, we backfilled the entire drainage zone, all 14 feet of it, with rock. We brought in over 2,000 tons of rock just for the drainage zone on that one wall alone.
Want to throw a scrap around that one for a little bit?
So this Kubota SVL 65 has a flip-up door, which I have motors with flip-up doors and never liked a single one of them until this one. This flip-up door so far hasn't fallen down and hit anybody in the head and allows us to actually work during the summer.
Hoy vamos a tener la posibilidad de conversar con una mujer emprendedora que desarrolla su negocio partiendo de esta base. Le vamos a dar de inmediato la bienvenida a Carolina Urrutia. Ahí está en pantalla. ¿Cómo estás, Carolina? Buenas tardes, bienvenida.
Gracias, Chantal. Muy bien, muchas gracias. Feliz de estar acá.
Sí, también contenta de verte después de tanto tiempo poder encontrarnos en esta instancia. Además, vamos a contar que soy Rocío Marina, ciencia, cofundadora de Streamer, una empresa que se dedica a conversar. Cuéntanos primero qué.
Blinkist is the app that helps you become a more well-rounded person by
19
letting you
fucking
read
candidates, dude.
not non-fiction book and
That's fucking free.
try it for free and get 25% off a subscription by going to blinkist.com/.
Sometimes you have to listen to the
So I
fucking
am,
OP.
for better or for worse,
It's some
sort of
information.
continuing my mea culpa. I have completely been underestimating the relevance, power, importance, and potential of this QAnon wing of the Republican Party. I talked about this, I think it was on Tuesday or Wednesday this week. And every day I am learning more about the reality that we probably should have paid a little more attention to this to begin with. There's a new Vice article pointing out that QAnon already has 15 candidates running for Congress in 2022. David Gilbert writes that as the GOP becomes more receptive to the conspiracy theory, more of the cult's followers are running for office. With 18 months to go, 2022 midterms, QAnon supporters are already seizing on the GOP's embrace of the conspiracy theory and throwing their hats in the ring for a seat in Congress. So far, 19 people who have publicly shown support for QAnon conspiracy theory have declared their intention to run in House and Senate races across the country, according to a Media Matters investigation. Recall our discovery from earlier this week that based on new polling, 1 in 5 Americans on average, yes, more in some parts of the country than others, but 1 in 5 Americans on average believes at least one of the 3 main QAnon conspiracy theories. The one about the child pedophilia, inspired by Satan, the one about there may need to be a violent sort of a takedown of the centers of power in order to save humanity or the country or whatever. What's the third one? The third one is, like the conspiracy of the elites that are secretly controlling and manipulating deep state type stuff. Those are the kind of 3 major branches of QAnon conspiracy. 2% of the country believes at least one of those, and we are seeing this reflected not only in voters, but we are now seeing it reflected in candidates. Now, the logical fear would be if 20% of America believes at least one of these theories, and you've got what will probably by November of 2022 be dozens of candidates who believe this stuff running, the 20% that believe in that stuff are going to go and vote for the candidates, and we're going to have more QAnon representatives rather than less. I think that we would safely say right now Marjorie Taylor Greene is a QAnon person. In some sense, Matt Gaetz is a QAnon type. I don't know what's full. Like Hawthorne QAnon, is Lauren Boebert QAnon? I don't know. But when you see 19 people already running with a year and a half to go, that's not good. That's not good. The article, you say all but one of the candidates are running as Republicans. The single anomaly or anomaly, both are acceptable pronunciations, is Mindy Robinson running as an independent in Nevada's 3rd congressional district under the Patriot Party of Nevada banner. Like 14 others on the list, Robinson was a candidate for Congress in 2020. And like all but 2 of those, she lost. Oh, okay, this says the 2 candidates who won Q are Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene, both up for re-election. The number of QAnon supporting candidates is likely to increase as the 2022 election approaches. In 2020, the final tally of QAnon supporters was 97, according to Media Matters for America. Like many of the candidates on the list, Boebert and Greene have sought to distance themselves from the most extreme fringes of the QAnon movement, despite repeatedly defending the conspiracy on social media and in video interviews. This is a real concern. Now, I don't know that we could have done that much more to stop this before now, in the sense that there was not really the sense that this would be significant. And so if you can't convince people that something's serious, how do you get them to activate against it? But now we know it's serious, and now we know that it's real. And one of the things I'm most interested in seeing in these upcoming Trump rallies, Trump is restarting the MAGA rallies, and he's getting the old 757 tuned up and getting worked on so he can start flying rallies. One of the things I'm curious about, aside obviously from seeing what Donald Trump's sort of emotional state is, the interviews with the supporters at these rallies. It's not an election year. 2021, it's not even a midterm election. It's a non-big election year. What is the mindset and the tone and the mood and the perspective of the people that go to a June 2021 Trump rally? And that, I think, will give us a sense of how prevalent this Q movement is within the people that are going out to support Trump. There's a real question as to, is the Q movement more of a stay home and type stuff up on the computer type group, or is it more of a go out to the rallies type group? I fear that it's the latter, and that they are going to really make their presence known and felt strongly during the 2022 campaign. And every indication now that this is far more serious than we imagined. I want to talk next about one of the real implications of this bogus Arizona audit that's taking place of absentee ballots, looking for bamboo fiber and all sorts of other stuff. The impact of the Arizona audit is not going to be Joe Biden retroactively loses Arizona. The impact of the Arizona audit is not going to be Biden is removed from the White House and Trump is reinstated, to use the word that they've been throwing around for the last week or so. But there is going to be an impact from this audit. And there's a really good article in NPR about this called "Experts Call It a Clown Show, but Arizona Audit is a Disinformation Blueprint." Explaining it's not an audit. It's an audit in name only, according to Masterson, a former Department of Homeland Security official who helped lead the election security prep for the last election. He says it's a threat to the overall confidence of democracy, all in pursuit of continuing to be alive. This is a really important thing to understand. Maybe there are people who think the Arizona audit and the search for bamboo fibers and all of this stuff could lead to a change in the Arizona or a change in the 2020 results overall. It's not going to. But even without achieving that, it still is achieving something that should be very scary to all of us, which is it continues to put in people's minds the idea that our elections are just a free-for-all, they don't work. When a candidate wins by millions and millions of votes, maybe they actually lost by millions and millions of votes, and it just further reinforces the idea that, hey, election results are sort of like opinion. Much the same way where you might like one flavor bubble tea and I like a different flavor, or I might think that one type of cherry ice cream is good and you might say, no, Cherry Garcia is the best one. It equates a position on abortion, like what's my opinion about whether abortion should or shouldn't be legal, to who won is just an opinion. And we can challenge it and we can use any mechanism that we can think of to try to challenge that. That's the crisis that Matt Masterson is pointing out here. Masterson says the strategy chosen by the Arizona Republican state Senate leaders is working as intended to undermine the outcome of last year's vote. And this is the point. Even if it doesn't overturn it, it undermines confidence in elections in general. The process is a simple exercise in how disinformation spreads and takes hold in 21. An expert spirit presents a blueprint for other states and lawmakers to follow, one that's already showing signs of being emulated across the country. And this is the key line right here. Masterson says, now we have a place out there where if you don't like the results, by the way, in an election that wasn't particularly close, you claim you didn't lose, and in fact, the process itself was rigged against you. And the steps are first create a possibility. That's the first step. The second step is hit the airwaves, which they did very early and continue to do. The third step is use doubt to sow more doubt, and then do it in the election with people already trying to doubt whatever it is that they hear from you. That is the three-step process, and unfortunately, I don't know if these people are doing this Arizona thing is not going to accomplish anything in terms of Arizona 2020. But this is going to seed doubt, and it'll create a pretext for people to claim any election is fraudulent. I don't know that they're really evil geniuses and they're thinking in those terms, but it doesn't matter because that's the effect that it has. And so much like I said in the last segment, when we start seeing these new Trump rallies, supposedly later this month, when we start seeing that, what is going to be the mood of the people in the crowd about the legitimacy of any election? Because I believe that what we're going to see here very clearly is, Trump's going to pick his favorites for 2020. And maybe a whole bunch of them are going to lose. Maybe some will win. We don't yet know. But if they lose, yes, it hurts Trump's shot at 2024 if he can't successfully be the kingmaker in 2024. Does anybody have any doubt that they're going to say, guys, listen, Democrats control the House now. Democrats control the Senate. Joe Biden controls the White House. Of course they rigged it. Of course they rigged it. So it seems to me a conclusion. If they don't get what they want in 2022, they're going to say it was all fraudulent. And the stuff they're doing now, including in Arizona, is going to be used as a pretext for the idea that if you don't like the results, it's totally legit now in American politics to say the results were rigged. Very scary stuff. Let me know what you think. You can find me on Twitter @DPackman.
I know you probably haven't traveled in a while, but don't worry. Expedia Travel Week is coming, and you can save 20% or more on thousands of hotels between June 8th and 12th.
That's all.
All right, guys, so finally made it. And I just want to say, my name is Leica. I just want you all to our event for QAnon Navigating the Storm. This is all going to be, thank you for coming to our first major panel hosted by the Political Science Undergraduate Council here at UCLA. I just can't think of a better trio and moderator to have. I've been following a lot of our panelists' work since late 2017, early 2018.
It is fucking negative. It's still
and
in
whether
school.
it's their podcasts or their writing, and I just say that everybody here, it's your best antidote to a diseased online brain. And this is a special treat. Last time I think you guys also sat together was for a podcast episode in late 2020. And if you're counting our huge, amazing blockbuster HBO documentary series, that was that too. And so again, I'm super excited as I hand it over you, our wonderful professor.
Hi, I'm Professor Catherine Olmsted. I'm in the history department at UC Davis, and I'm going to, first of all, introduce the three panelists and then moderate their discussion. So first of all, Jared Holt. Jared Holt is a resident fellow at the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab, where he researches and reports on U.S. domestic disinformation and extremism. Prior to joining the lab, Jared worked as an investigative reporter at the non-profit outlet Right Wing Watch. His work has been widely cited in national conversations and coverage about U.S.-based extremism, and his work has appeared in outlets including the Washington Post, the HuffPost, and the Columbia Journalism Review. Will Sommer is a politics reporter for the Daily Beast and the author of an upcoming book on QAnon for HarperCollins. He is the co-host of Fever Dreams, the Daily Beast podcast on the right-wing internet. He previously worked as a campaign editor at The Hill and as a political columnist for Washington City Paper. And Travis Young, co-host of the QAnon Anonymous podcast. He has written about QAnon and conspiracy theories for the Washington Post and for New York Magazine. So let's just briefly start out a review of what QAnon is. And one of you tell me what QAnon is and what it has to do with political science.
Who wants to start this one?
Yeah, I can feel like I've got this committed tonight.
Yeah, I think we got to hand this to Travis here.
Oh yeah, my 1 minute explanation of QAnon. So QAnon is based on
Charles Darwin.
control of balance. And QAnon followers believe that the cabal will control the world indefinitely, were it not for the election of Trump. And that's all allegedly the control came in, especially politicians. Now, QAnon followers believe that Donald Trump has been fighting a sort of a battle for decades to help take down the cabal, and that his election was part of an elaborate plan for military intelligence to help destroy them. Now, QAnon followers believe that by sort of exposing all of the evil that this cabal has done through what they consider to be research, which is really more often that's information bias, they can trigger what they call the Great Awakening, which is sort of an event in which everyone realizes that QAnon followers were right the whole time, and they were wrong to, remove them from their family, making strange Facebook posts or whatever. And or around the same time as this Great Awakening, perhaps before, there's going to be an event called the Storm. The Storm is a mass arrest event in which you will John Podesta and everyone at CNN and Katy Perry and everyone who's ever won a Grammy, frankly, gets arrested, and they're being exposed and possibly. And they believe that after this event, we're going to enter into a new where we come together in hyper-nationalism. Everyone is working together. There's no more strife. There's no more
Travis said it was going to be one. But to build on what Travis said, on space absurd is that in the years QAnon has really turned towards the consuming enough of the bandwidth with the voter base there. It's produced, or I should say, 2 publicly elected officials on corporate during their campaign and spoke before, saw this as something to cater to support. So this is, like it or not, crazy or not, this is having an influence, maybe not the outsized influence on the broader political landscape.
Yeah, and it's just what Jared said. I mean, QAnon is that it's hard. It's a distraction about. That's obviously a big part of it. Like they believe that elites are draining children for their blood, essentially, to stay like Tom Hanks is drinking children's blood, blah blah blah. But and it's hard QAnon sort of discussion of a world where there's only a Republican Party ruled by Donald Trump forever. And so, we saw this play out on January 6th, where QAnon believers were storming Congress. Ashley Babbitt, the chief of police, she believed that day would mark what they call the storm, which is sort of the culmination of QAnon. And so, in terms of a political movement, we see it as sort of this growth of a sort of proto-fascist or fascist movement very explicitly within the Republican Party.
Great. The last time you three sat together to discuss this publicly was in August 2020 for a shitpost episode. What has changed since then?
I mean, yeah, I remember that August 2020 was pretty significant because this was, I think, one of the very first times that Trump explicitly endorsed followers of the people who hate pedophiles. And this was obviously extremely well received in the QAnon community. I think that the thing about that since then is really January 6th, and we've seen really exactly the kind of ugliness and danger and violence that can result from enabling these kinds of things.
I also think that, around the time before the DAP was also future tech platforms were starting to get QAnon, or rather I should say they didn't get to the end of maybe trying to do something on their end to lessen the spread, whether that's limiting posts, which is probably Twitter did initially, or Facebook kicking roots to the curb. And we actually just report at the FR Lab kind of charting how that affected the way that these slogans like where we go on her all help that and all of these other factors like Travis mentioned. So the election that occurred, that was pretty good. Q specifically urging people in response to the news about these moderations to conceal their identity. All of that is kind of snowballed in a way that has effectively translated into QAnon today, not really talking the same way that it did the shifted slightly. Voting language people are going to platforms to is a big one. So the landscape has changed. In as far as the digital arena is concerned too, it's sounding a little different. It's in different places, but it's still very much alive. At a conference in Dallas last week, I think last city congressperson.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could look back at that August 2020 period, probably a couple months, as sort of like the height of the Trump era QAnon. See, Trump, as Travis mentioned, Trump had just said, QAnon believers love their country, and not only that, but when he was asked, they believe that you're hunting down this cabal of pedophiles, he said, well, we are doing that. And so, I mean, this sort of was seen in some cases of, Trump's not endorsing QAnon, but for them, that was all they needed. You also had, obviously, the pandemic was driving a ton of people to QAnon. As Jared mentioned, this was kind of and you had this kind of era that there was this Save the Children movement, which was sort of branching QAnon out into a different demo than it was used to beyond just Trump supporters. And so this is really, I think now we're in this new stage of QAnon in the Biden era. And so it's in the aftermath of January 6th. In the aftermath of Q sort of being disproven, or if you accept that Trump is no longer in office, and then also Q hasn't posted for 7 months or so, and so this is kind of like a new woolly era. And in QAnon, people haven't a lot of them haven't given up or anything despite this. It's just kind of like we're in this, in some ways it's weird to say it's an unstable time for QAnon because it always kind of is. I mean, there's always kind of new stuff going on, but it's certainly I think we're in a new phase right now.
Yeah, the vibe is totally gone.
Yeah. I mean, really, there's various kind of civil wars going on right now in QAnon over, various grifters accusing one another of grifting, more extensively than they are, and all kinds of
stuff. There's a lot of jitteriness, I guess, uncertainty. I mean, I think this is why quite recently during the conference there was a post on 8kun on the Patriots Fight board, which is supposed to be just for QAnon. Just for Q, but then would really be some other poster, might have been a rogue moderator or something. this caused a lot of excitement because they're looking for guidance that just is not present, as much as it was in previous years.
Well, given what you study, were you surprised by January 6th?
No. No, yeah, I mean, I thought body count wasn't higher than it was, on this thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like a lot of the people who were following us, I think we were all seeing the chatter about attacking the Capitol. But I think I certainly confident that they wouldn't succeed, and that the Capitol Police would be ready to repel them. And certainly, I mean, watching it happen while I was there, I mean, it really felt sort of like, it was like, well, of course it came to this. Like, in a way that I wasn't prepared for. You see people, like characters that we were familiar with, like the Q Shaman, taking the Senate. I mean, it really is, I guess kind of my sort of QAnon has consistently been being like, wow, this is crazy. But surely QAnon is better than this. And sort of like maybe twice a year, I get to that point at a QAnon event or something, and then it gets big. And certainly January 6th was kind of the cap of that.
I think, I think a common lesson with studying QAnon is that you need to stop being so optimistic. It means like you're not worst case scenario. Obviously, my worst case scenario is always like a mass casualty event, like we see white supremacists commit frequently, unfortunately. But the way it continues to grow, infect, and gain popularity, and gain legitimacy has increased year after year, despite how absurd it is.
Yeah, I'm struggling to come up with the word. I don't want to say that it was inevitable. That feels a bit too extreme. But I think when you have a movement like QAnon growing and spreading, and without receiving significant pushback, I think there's plenty of us. I know the three of us for waving our flags around, going, "This is BS, guys. What are you doing?"
Yeah.
But there wasn't really meaningful pushback from within the QAnon community, even acts of violence or terrorism. They were simply pulled into more conspiracy theories about the deep state trying to smear QAnon the truth. And I think the lack of internal community pushback on transgressions that are occurring in addition to kind of a struggle from broader society to confront and address this in a meaningful way, meant that it was able to sort of keep escalating. And January 6th was, between the QAnon followers and the rest of the extremist groups and individuals that were there, was kind of a byproduct of that ongoing escalation.
Yeah, I mean, we saw repeatedly really dangerous and violent incidents involving QAnon followers. I mean, the very first incident that led to a terrorism conviction of the QAnon followers all the way back in June of 2015, when Matthew Wright had an armed standoff on the Hoover Dam Bridge. And since then, we've had Anthony Comello, who faced the second-degree murder charges over QAnon. We've had Cynthia Absug, who was charged with a conspiracy to commit kidnapping of her children who she not had custody of. So over and over and over again, we've seen the ways in which QAnon can motivate people to do some seriously dangerous things. So I feel like it was a matter of time before an incident was big enough to sort of capture, I guess, the national attention.
So are there of the QAnon supporters? Are there any generalizations that you can make, and how these demographics changed over time?
Sure. So kind of your typical QAnon supporter originally is like a Trump supporter, typically. And so usually they're white, they're more likely to be white, older, evangelical Christian often. In certain states seem to be popular, like Florida and Arizona, these like high profile QAnon activity there. But then in the pandemic, we see this expanding. And so people are often seem to have been driven by kind of chaotic events in the pandemic into, potentially being a QAnon. They have a lot more time on their hands on their computer. And then especially in last summer, in the Save the Children movement, which sort of packaged QAnon into a more Instagram-friendly, Facebook-friendly way for outside of typical support. You see more like young people, more people of color, more women getting into it. I know Travis went to some sort of Save the Children events, and so you start seeing not just the QAnon demographics change in a way that kind of startles old line QAnon people who say, this isn't what QAnon is all about. But you sort of start seeing this kind of just general conspiratorial thinking and kind of the ideas of QAnon, even if they're not officially identified as QAnon, spreading more broadly, like amongst society.
Yeah, I would just echo what Phil said when I, first started covering this years ago. It was a very MAGA boomer thing, and I think at least at the time there was enough to support there. Because you turn on Patriot Soapbox or whatever stream, and it was some elderly gentleman trying to figure out how a green screen works, ranting about the latest Q drop, right? But as time went on, and I started going to more of these events for QAnon followers for the president, it seemed like there were younger people coming into the mix. People were bringing families to it. And that, kind of challenged my generalization. And as Will was saying, I think, as much as the OG Q heads, if you will, definitely skewed towards a certain direction, that general world, maybe not even a few specific stuff, but the worldview that comes with it has spread outside of that demographic. What makes up the QAnon community is vastly different than that earlier conception.
Yeah, I mean, I wish we had really rigorous, good data on this question, but I guess I recently attended a Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene rally, and I noticed that the sort of the demographics of that sort of group was a lot older than your typical QAnon rally. I think MAGA is a little bit grayer than even your general QAnon followers. When I went to Save the Children rallies in Los Angeles, there was a significant portion of those people who participate in that Latino and younger and women. So yeah, it is. I mean, it's more diverse than you might expect.
Are there interesting ways that QAnon intersects with race and gender? It seems like it used to be quite a white movement, as you're saying, but it is becoming more diverse. It is attracting women. Are there any points that you'd like to make about race and gender and how that's evolving?
Going out by St. Ann unit, road change a quarter small.
I mean, I will say that I want to observe women have always been instrumental in promoting QAnon days. I mean, some of the earliest QAnon promoters were like Tracy Beams or Tracy Diaz. All the way back in she was one of the very first people to bring QAnon to YouTube. There was also this kid who was very, very influential. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was all the way back in 2017, was promoting QAnon. So women were really influential. I mean, I think that outside of the base white demographic, I personally noticed that the Latino community has been surprisingly receptive to QAnon's message.
Since Travis brought up Latino QAnon believers, we've got a lot of pickup about who believes in QAnon. And I was struck by the fact that white evangelicals, white Protestants, were the highest number in terms of religion and racial crosstabs. But then Hispanic Protestants were very closely behind them. I mean, basically within the margin of error, like 23%, 21%. And so certainly I think there's a lot of surprises out there in terms of who believes in QAnon. And, in terms of women in QAnon, Tracy Beans, we also see in 2020, again, kind of a diversification of how QAnon is packaged. What's been called pastel QAnon, which is more kind of like a yoga, new age packaging. But really, there's just, QAnon is such a broad thing that people can really meet it where they want to. And so you can meet it can be about anti-vaccines, or it can be about plan and kind of spy intrigue, or really so many other things. And so that's how I think it attracts so many different groups.
Yeah, and I don't know that I have too much else to add that Travis and Bill haven't already put. Other than, as QAnon spread, kind of going back to what I said earlier about kind of challenging preconceptions. I think many Americans picture domestic extremism, particularly right-wing extremism. We think of almost like there's kind of two images, which is like the older white guys, skinheads, and then like the younger white guys, the front people. But QAnon, as stated, has really branched out as far as on-ramps to the movement. I forget, we were talking about it during that podcast last year about an individual at a Q rally who had a family member who had cancer. Believed that following Q meant that Trump was going to release the cure for cancer or something like that. So there's like a whole host of on-roads. A lot of people who get brought into Q because they type in aq.net or whatever and like go hunt down the Q drops. The whole name of the game with Q is packaging these little nuggets of information into different formats to be consumed by, ideally as many people as possible. There's very kind of evangelical flair there.
Do you know what comes to the obsession with pedophiles? I mean, why is this the core of the conspiracy theory? Where did that come from? Does it have such power?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of that's a great question. I mean, sort of at its heart, it's obviously a very, it's a very emotional poll. It certainly, if people riled up and politically active, you wouldn't thought it's better than talking about like tariffs or tax cuts or infrastructure plans. Basically, I think it reaches people on an emotional level. People being drawn for all kinds of reasons and often personal ones. I mean, I think one of the most effective things that QAnon does in terms of pulling people in is that people who've had experiences themselves or their relatives or friends with sexual abuse, genuine sexual abuse, and then they get pulled in that way and say, well, maybe this is believable to me because I was abused by someone who had power over me. And then, just more broadly, I mean, just the history of the satanic panic going back to the 80s is just fascinating stuff. I mean, this is sort of the issue is this idea that there is a sort of a nationwide network of satanic pedophiles and just things that if you look outside of it, it's like, that's just not how the world works. We know this. And yet there are these panics that take over. Reading about the satanic panic it's in many ways crazier than QAnon because in QAnon, right, in Pizzagate, they were often targeting people who were very powerful, like Hillary Clinton, who were somewhat insulated. Whereas in satanic panic, daycare workers who were being sentenced to essentially life in prison. And the police are on board and stuff like that in a way that they weren't with QAnon. So certainly, an interesting issue.
Yeah, and I also, if we look beyond QAnon, abused children or alleged abused children is a very powerful emotional trigger that has produced political results over and over again. It's something that came up in the 2000s during the push for gay rights, saying that affording equal opportunities and legal status to gay couples was going to endanger children in some way. We're seeing that today with religious right attacks against transgender rights. So, the pedophilia allegations are like the very extreme concentrated version of a trend that also exists more broadly in politics because, evil against children is something that most people have negative feelings about, rightfully so. And there hasn't been a shortage in history of people willing to exploit that for their own political.
I was struck earlier, Jared, when you said that the QAnon worldview has been spreading. Do you want to talk a little bit about what you mean by that? What is the worldview? Is it becoming more popular?
Well, if you're going to condense QAnon down a bit, subtract some of the more bizarre things that leave at its foundation is a worldview that believes that there is a evil group of people at the top echelon of society orchestrating the rest of the world towards its ultimate demise, and engaging in all sorts of terrible things. And that way, that I believe is really picking up on steam in a lot of people in the United States, for reasons I can sometimes be valid and sometimes not, subscribe to that at different levels. So it's a very American ideal to have conspiracy theories about the government, and the government has engaged in conspiracy in very questionable behavior. So, that sort of core worldview ramped up a little bit. That is what I've observed spreading.
So what do you think that the spread of this worldview and the growing popularity of QAnon, according to the poll last week, was what, 15% of Americans believe it, and much higher percentage of Republicans. What does this tell us about the current Republican Party?
I mean, I think that one thing that sort of tells us about the Republican Party is that they're unwilling to alienate any votes whatsoever, and that the way that they have not really pushed back very well against the rise of QAnon. Kevin McCarthy last year, minority leader of the House, said that there's no room for QAnon in the Republican Party. That's clearly not true, given the fact that QAnon promoter Marjorie Taylor Greene was elected, and we have a chair of the Texas GOP participating in the QAnon rally just this past weekend. I think that they are right now a minority party at the federal level, and so they are unwilling to alienate a single vote, even if they believe that QAnon followers believe.
Yeah, and to that point, I think they believe that they can essentially minimize the visibility of QAnon within the party by, let's say, Marjorie Taylor Greene is walking around like painting Qs on the side of the walls in Congress. They'd probably be in trouble. But she can occasionally post after she was elected, she posted something that to those of us who follow QAnon recognize as appropriate sentiment, but to the average person doesn't really mean much. Or people can say phrases like "dark to light" or stuff that is QAnon, but to the average voter doesn't go like this person's crazy. And so in that way, like for example, we've seen Republican politicians, at QCon just last week, they were posing in front of a board that said, "Where we go on, we go all." And now they have attempted to make this a non-QAnon thing. Say, no, that was on JFK's bell on JFK's boat. That's something we're clear that's not true. But, once you're in that point where you're arguing with people about what was on the bell, the average voter is tuned out.
Yeah, and I also add to that what Travis was saying, kind of being a minority party right now and not wanting to isolate people. I've also wondered if there is some fear in isolation. If Republicans are looking at this as something that could damage if they push back against it too hard. And I also think when QAnon was operating more openly online, more aggressively, thinking back to like 2019, when a lot of 2020 candidates were announcing primaries, and Alex Kaplan, the media matters, that started putting together that wonderful list of all the candidates that were running. It seemed, at least from a few of these candidates I got a chance to talk to, that there was some degree of strategy in play too, because QAnon communities are very aggressive online. And I mean aggressive sometimes in the literal sense of like finding a Tom Hanks on, call him a pedophile, and go nuts on him. And also aggressive in that they are very, at that point in time, they were very woven together online. They operated these huge groups to make things trend on social media sites, sometimes by themselves. And I think that kind of energy was something that at least some politicians saw thought they could calculate into their broader strategy and get their name out and attract some sort of early constituency to get them over, to get them a fighting chance in a primary, particularly if they were representing a nationalist rather than challenging quote-unquote establishment.
Yeah, I mean, I think a great example here, a great dichotomy is between Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert, both of whom won presidents and went on to office. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene is someone who left such a trail of QAnon wackiness that there's no way she wasn't into it, and really was a true believer. Conversely, Lauren Boebert is someone who went on Ann Vandersteel promoter's show, and then is sort of like, is not like, hey, Ann, I love Q, until Ann Vandersteel goes, hey, what do you think of Q? And she goes, well, my mom's into it. Oh, I hope it comes true. Which, not to Lauren Boebert too much credit, but I mean, certainly it sounds, first of all, I mean, if you hope QAnon comes true, that's pretty crazy, and you're probably somewhat into QAnon. But at the same time, she seems sort of to have been like, I'm kind of here to court QAnon voters without tying myself to this explicitly, to sort of get out of this without alienating the QAnon believers.
Yeah, I mean, I recently attended a QAnon adjacent event at a mega church in Glendale, Arizona, and present there were a few state and federal candidates for office who obviously saw this. They didn't say anything about QAnon on the stage, but they saw this crowd, people who are very conspiratorial, extremely evangelical, and highly energized, highly engaged, and realized that this was a constituency, this was the kind of energy that they could use to build a coalition to overlay. Yeah, I mean, the thing about QAnon followers is that if you really court them, if you really impress them, then you have a still free digital street game who will advocate for you online. And that can be very politically.
And once you get too far, then it's really weird.
Right, and so there is a line you have to walk, right? And so it's like, and there's ways to sort of signal QAnon in ways that people won't recognize. You can say like, or you can say like you want to root out the corruption. You kind of like, wink, wink. But then you get someone like, for example, Lynn Wood, the pro-Trump lawyer, who just gets out there and it's like, they're draining kids for adrenochrome. And these kind of clips probably aren't going to play great, for a message.
Great. I think we've all been focusing here on the followers, the broader movement, as we should. That's the important thing. But do you have any theories about why Q stopped posting? And do you think it will matter if Q never posts again?
I really don't. I mean, it's like any theory that I can offer is purely speculative. It's possible that the people behind Q, who are really Republicans, didn't like the increased level of scrutiny of what they were doing, and they realized that whatever movement that they were perhaps trying to gin up with these Q drops is overstating, and now the drops are superfluous.
Yeah, I think the job was done at that point. I mean, there's thousands of movements, and to this day, some of the influencers still go back and dredge them up. Of course, share tweets from people like Dan Scavino, who's Trump's social media guy, and run them with his drops and see if there's secret messages that they go. So there's not really as much of a necessity for you to exist right now. There's also, around that time, when Q stopped posting, is when some investigations were revealing individuals behind like Q drop accounts and stuff like that. So there may have been a security risk of, revealing a personal identity. But ultimately, it's kind of one of those, it's like the cliffhanger at the end of the action, or a Netflix show that you're binging. But I definitely don't think that, I think if that was the last two posts we ever see, I don't think it's going to drastically affect the continuation of the Q canon, if you will.
Yeah. I'm sometimes asked, will if there's no new Q drops, will that, detract from the energy of the movement? And my response generally is like the fact that there were no new books of the canonized Bible since 367 AD didn't detract from the energy around Christianity. So yeah, I think that again, I don't think they don't need any new Q drops in order to continue as a movement.
I usually just tell people that we'll out here.
Wait, sorry, what's there?
I usually just tell people that we'll someone forgot the password, which is
Yeah, I mean, certainly with Q out of the picture, at least for now, we're seeing Slack, and they're often these. So on one hand, sort of there's no longer a center, right? There's no longer someone who can come out and say, this is what the Q line is really definitively. So, for example, there's a vocal faction of QAnon that believes JFK Jr. is alive and is going to come back. And Q came out and said, this is not true, whatever. Now, that didn't really stop them, but it sort of stopped that group from spreading, more or less, or sort of taking over. On the other hand, now there's no one there, and so things are getting kind of woollier, and there's a lot more fights within QAnon among the promoters about what QAnon is about, what's too crazy for QAnon, etc. But then you see these kind of visible figures, especially associated with Trump, in the same way that they believe Q was associated with Trump, sort of take on larger roles. So Michael Flynn, Sidney Powell, Lynn Wood, Michael Young. And like a QCon, for example, the way that people imputed like some secret knowledge to these people is something that I just think you would never see at like a Democratic event, for example. Like people don't go and say like, what does Nancy Pelosi know, or what does AOC know, and what kind of secret plan does she know about? But in this way, like everything was like, oh, Sidney Powell, we know you can't tell us the whole truth about what's going on behind the scenes with the same Michael Flynn. Really, this kind of secret knowledge, or this knowledge of the plan is now being imputed on these figures.
It reminds me sort of the evolution of other conspiracy theories that were quite popular, like Clinton theories or JFK theories, where certain figures emerge as leaders in the movement and have more power. And also, there's some gatekeeping. It's like, oh, no, you're too crazy for our movement. We believe in these particular theories, but that one's beyond the pale. What about what's going on right now in Maricopa County? Does that have connection to QAnon, and how are we?
I mean, there's a popular theory that which is believed by Trump himself, according to a recent reporting by Maggie Haberman of the New York Times, that as a consequence of Maricopa County and similar audits that are brewing in Georgia and elsewhere, that Trump will be reinstated in August. It's fairly also promoted by Trump ally Bell. So, I mean, I think it's part of a broader belief, a broader rejection of reality that I think was a signature to QAnon followers, rejection of the norms of democracy. They sort of feel to believe that there is a possible world in which Trump could lose honestly, because they believe that everything was part of a perfect plan. In fact, I during the QAnon conference, there was people talking about how they believed that actually Biden winning was also part of the plan, because they had to see how awful Biden and the Democrats were before Trump was finally reinstated. So it certainly plays into the broader sort of QAnon world too.
Yeah, and QAnon followers have been very, very into this Arizona audit. And, their vision, the way many of them talk about it, is that these contested states, or these close states like Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, will they also have their own audits. And, if Trump loyal GOP officials go forward on those wishes, then it's possible that in some places we could see it take place. Just for example, Tracy Beans runs this blog now called Uncover DC. That is a full favorite, and just today was promoting these flyers for a rally to demand a recount similar to the one in Arizona in Pennsylvania. So this is not something that is completely outside the realm of imagination for me, that one day we would get to a point where enough of these so-called audits have been done with enough of what they believe to be proof that the election was in states actually went for Trump, that there could be a faction of GOP Republicans that gets to a point where they believe that they have evidence to overturn the election. And I think anything you can do for
Yeah, because I mean, the Arizona audit is fundamentally about finding like some kind of scrap or manufacturing that scrap that can then be held up as proof. Because that's the problem, is they have no proof that the election was stolen. So you just bring in someone who's completely out of their league and just is clearly very motivated to find this, like the conductors of the Arizona audit, a guy who has posted about QAnon type stuff in the past. And then, for 30-40% of the people, you can then just say, this is audited in Arizona. So it's kind of up in the air about whether the election was legitimate. And then, specifically about the audit, it is such a QAnon operation to the extent that it is just riddled with crazy conspiracy theories. So, for bamboo on the ballot, right? They thought it was manufactured in Asia. And why did they think that? Because some random Arizona activist saw a Korean air flight at the terminal in Phoenix and decided that was hoarding ballots. They thought Antifa, there was a serious attempt, they thought Antifa would blow up like a power plant or a chemical plant nearby. I mean, it's just stuff like people just don't live in the world reality. And yet, thanks to the state Senate fair,
it's also worth mentioning that Doug Logan, the CEO of Cyber Agency, was in direct communication with Ron Watkins. Using UV lights to look for watermarks on the ballots with the false belief that the legitimate ballots have watermarks is totally unclear. But a lot of the things that was spread forth from the general QAnon information ecosystem.
There's also this kind of like the cult of the citizen investigator, right, that we get from QAnon, where it's like, do your own research. Just from being online constantly, you can uncover this global cabal. And in the same way, they're looking for UV lights. These people with no training. You have Jovan Pulitzer, who's kind of this amateur inventor, or this inventor of theirs, who's invented his own method of scanning ballots that they believe will uncover it and that no one else can understand. So there's kind of like a lot of QAnon all over.
Again, there's a lot of parallels to January 2011, with people thinking that they can look at the evidence, ordinary citizens ordering maps of the sewer system, or the storm drain system in Dallas, and saying, aha, this is where somebody comes from the storm drain.
And of course, tunnels, also big in QAnon.
Right, exactly. Well, let me ask you a question that I'm sure all of you get, and while you're answering it, ask the people who've attended if they want to post some questions in the chat. But first of all, while they're doing that, let me ask you, what can we do about this? If we know people who believe in these conspiracy theories, what do you recommend as the way to talk to, the proverbial uncle at Thanksgiving dinner about QAnon? Any way to combat this kind of misinformation?
I mean, really, I think the answer is to avoid it to the extent that you can. It is really, really difficult to get people out of QAnon or similar beliefs. And anyone who is telling you that they have an easy way to do it is lying and doing some drifting of their own, I think. It is, David Newark has a great book called Red Pill, Blue Pill, where he sort of goes very deep into these attempts to pull people out of extremism. And the answer is it's really hard. And, you often just try to maintain the relationship to the extent that you care about it. Hopefully, sort of the person will have a self-epiphany of their own. When I've talked to people who've lost family members to QAnon, it's often like they read these other guides on how to get people out of QAnon, and it's like unlimited time, the patience of Job. Are you like a license? You have the skills of a therapist, and 3 other things. It's just, and often that's why people end up, ending these relationships, because it is really, really hard.
I mean, the only advice I usually give to people to ask people when they come to me, they ask, listen, my mother, my brother, my friend is deep in this stuff. How do they get them out? It's like I can say, you said, well, it's really, really hard. The only advice I can give is get them away from the computer. Get them doing something else with their mind. Because the problem is that this feeling of digging and investigating community, the feeling that you are part of a movement that's changing the world in a revolutionary way, and you are protecting children, and you're making America better, that is something that feeds their soul in a way that something else just isn't. I mean, most people, they get a feeling of purpose and community from their job or career or hobbies. If none of that's put in, we all need this. We all need significance. Like, we need it like our lungs need oxygen. And if QAnon is the only thing that's giving that to you, then yeah, you're gonna stick with QAnon regardless of how absurd it is. So yeah, my advice is keep them doing anything else besides sitting on Patreon or Facebook or Twitter for hours and hours and hours and doing these digs, as they call it.
Yeah, and I'll echo some of what Will said and some of what Travis said, which is that pulling people out of extremist movements is extremely taxing work, and I certainly wouldn't expect any run-of-the-mill person to take it on. There are special organizations that exist out there that have existed pre-QAnon, or exist after QAnon, like that debate that have resources built out. But even that is more geared towards the violent extremism. There's not, I think there's still a lot of work to be done in the academic and professional field and actually developing a kind of methodology to approach this stuff that you might just have to sit and wait for a little bit, but completely echo, just giving them something better to do, giving them something else to do at their time. A lot of people who follow Q aren't just people. They're spending a lot of brain power on this, and if you can get them spending that brain power on something else, who knows, they might even find something more fulfilling than you're just doing that. And then something I actually heard you say first, Travis, is don't debate them on the evidence, giving them an opportunity to them about whether too much will at the dinner table is going to do nobody favors. You are not going to convince them. You're not going to win it. It's like what Will was saying. Once you start debating, whether or not JFK had a belt, it's like, oh, you've already lost. So don't do that, and maintain it to the degree you can. And if things start looking like they could get violent or unsafe situation, definitely use discretion with this. But that might be a time to be a third party involved to see, what your options may be to keep the individuals and people out.
Yeah, I agree. Like debating on a purely factual basis about what they believe is not going to work. I learned this, I guess, the difficult way researching QAnon early. I would debate people who literally believe that JFK Jr. was alive. I would bring up JFK Jr.'s death certificate, which is easy to find. I'd bring up the Federal Transportation Safety Board report about JFK Jr.'s crash, which showed quite clearly that it was due to a pilot error because JFK Jr. was sadly inexperienced in flying a plane at night, a particular plane. So it's like regardless of all the facts and all the reports and all the data I could show that clearly JFK Jr. was alive, he was not alive. They weren't curing him. So it just doesn't work because really you're not debating. People aren't drawn into this worldview because they're compelled by the evidence. They're compelled by something else. Usually, again, the sense of feeling of superiority, feeling of purpose. They're getting something, I almost spiritual from this movement that mere sort of like fact checking is not going to counter.
I actually really wanted to get a private message from somebody asking why why have Q followers not turned against Matt Gaetz? Why are they not storming his DMs on his Twitter account about his sexual assault?
Well, I think it's because he is I mean, he's aligned with Trump. He's clung himself quite clearly to Trump, and Trump is a white hat. So Matt Gaetz is a white hat. It's as simple as that. I mean, if Trump says that you're good and you appear to be aligned with Trump, then they will follow you regardless of what anyone says.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the anti-pedophile stuff is, I mean, you know, it's about power, right? It's not really about like saving children or something like that. I think it's, you know, these people are not going out and like working at churches and stuff like that. I mean, it's sort of a cudgel to use against your enemies. And when it's, you know, used against someone they like, they can just say it's the deep state. And of course, that'll last up until Trump, you know, until he betrays Matt Gaetz or denounces him. Only they'll say that Matt Gaetz was, you know, sent in to embarrass Trump.
Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of a great example. When you really test a lot of people need to be able to proclaim convictions of people, especially the influencers who are peddling on for a dollar a dime, just how porous it is. It will sense, like it will enter. There's something else going on here. It's not good faith advocacy against child trafficking.
Right, I think there's something with, you know, Trump being buddies with Jeffrey Epstein, and there was a whole period where people were like, it's like checkmate Q. Obviously, that did not come to that.
All right. Oh, sorry. Leica, you want to go ahead and ask the question?
Another question, this is for my own personal. I only met my first Q supporter, or at least Q curious person in the last couple months, and so I was just wondering from your perspective, we get so caught up in this Q person and these hypothetical people, but they are obviously real people, and that we were trying to that we're talking about here. And I was wondering, what interaction or what QAnon supporter have you personally observed, seen that just sticks with you throughout your work?
I think it was the first time I saw families at a Q event bringing children to an event and dressing them up in Q stuff. That was, but beyond that, it probably has to be an argument about Jeffrey Epstein's death that I had with Fred James at the QAnon rally on September 11th, 2018 at the National Mall. Pretty much just spent the storm arguing about whether a billion pedophile actually killed himself or not. That will be forever etched in my memory.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say a similar answer. It's like I saw just there's one specific example at that same September 2019 Q rally in Washington D.C. in which someone brought their child and he was wearing a green Guy Fawkes mask and had Q's on it, and it was holding a giant Q. He had QAnon written on his arms. And that was not the only child who was there. The idea that they knew at the time that, this is not, a boomer thing or not something that's going to, be gone in a decade this is something that we might have to deal with generations. That really struck me. Also, I mean, another conversation that really struck me was when I spoke to In the Matrix, was QAnon promoter, his real name is Jeffrey Pedersen, at the convention in Arizona. And he spoke to me, he knew who I was, and he was very excitedly, because even though he knew I was skeptic, he was very excitedly explained to me that he could expect he was working very sincerely. And that made me realize that a lot of these people that I call grifters, I think, who are just very cynically manipulating people, they're actually very much radicalized themselves. I mean, I always assume that the people who promote the messages, they don't genuinely believe it. They sort of the people who receive the messages, those are the true believers. It's not a clean division. I mean, I realize that a lot of these people who are producing this content, they make a living as a consequence of promoting QAnon. I very, very sincerely believe that, which I don't know complicates the equation for me.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's always, sort of QAnon promoters who are QAnon believers who sort of, it's so obvious what their emotional connection to it is, and sort of it's like looking into just a bit of despair. And so, as someone mentioned, Jared mentioned a QAnon believer who has cancer and can't get treatment. The cabal is going to reveal that Trump's going to get the cure for cancer with the cabal, or a woman whose son has mental disabilities getting bullied in school, but the cabal is going to reveal a cure for autism once they're defeated. Or, I've done a lot of reporting on mothers who've lost their children, lost custody of their children because of non-QAnon related issues. And then they become obsessed with QAnon because they think, well, this is no comment on me as a mother, it's that my children are going to be drained of their adrenochrome, and then I need to get them back. And then they, in the milder cases, show up in family court and start ranting about QAnon, and then the judge goes, holy smokes, you are totally nuts. Like, before perhaps you didn't have custody of your kids for 6 months, now you're going to lose parental rights entirely. And so just the way that QAnon has really just like made these people's lives already unstable just much, much worse.
A more fun one, I think we were all there, all 25.
Yeah, it was very, very hot. High 90s, I remember.
I remember getting there kind of early. Dylan Wheeler, who has since kind of gone back on QAnon, had these little, like, remember the Livestrong rubber bracelets?
Yes.
That's some of those made out there, like QAnon stuff.
Oh, yeah. I have one of those around here, actually. Yeah, there's the blue QAnon bracelets. They glow in the dark, and they say actually, they say qmap.pub. This is the defunct website on one side. And, yeah, they had Joe M's Twitter account on the other side.
Yeah, so they were like meandering around the National Mall, like kind of south of the Washington Monument. And these, DC in the summer tourists, and there's these, I'm sure very nice families walking by, and then just Dylan Wheeler and like his gang decked out in like I think it was a basketball jersey, rainbow thing like blazed across it. And like, hey, have you guys heard of Q? And just passerby, what world are you talking about? And I think some of those interactions are slightly different, like less dark reasons than some of the other ones do.
Yeah.
But that was like one of those little glimmers of a very weird day. Okay, well, most people understand. Still.
Yeah.
All right. Well, oh, go ahead, Travis.
Yeah, I mean, I remember during that, this was before I've always been an amateur at this. This was before I discovered some of the basic tenets of journalistic ethics, and I went undercover as a QAnon follower, and I had people approaching me asking me, like, excuse me, what is this? I had to explain what QAnon is as if I were a believer, and I realized I saw people become horrified at what I was explaining to them, as if I genuinely believed that. So yeah, a big impression on me.
All right. Well, I see that we're coming to our end here, and I want to respect everyone's time commitments. So I want to thank Leica and UCLA Political Science Department for putting this together, and I want to thank our three panelists. I also want to give each of you a moment to plug your stuff before we finish. If you want to tell us your Twitter handles, or here they are. Any specific works that you want to take the opportunity to promote at this moment?
Yeah. Want to learn more about QAnon?
The theories were wild, such as Donald Trump waging war against elite Satan-worshipping pedophiles like Hillary Clinton and current President Joe Biden. Q's plan saved the world. QAnon most famous because some of its members were involved in the January 6th raid on the US Congress. The far-right conspiracy goes back to Trump's win in the 2016 election.
Don't believe the over-meeting. I don't listen to what they say anymore.
Q at the highest levels of the military and the intelligence community in the United States so that we can take back our country from the communists and the globalists.
In 2019, the FBI labeled QAnon a domestic terror threat. But last year, 17% of Americans said they believed its predictions were true. And as COVID swept the world, interest outside the US spiked online.
People were looking for an answer as to why everything was happening. People were also locked down in their homes. They were stuck to their computers, stuck to their phones all day.
19-year-old Layla Hay from Hull in Woking is one of those people. What did it feel like as you were getting sucked into it?
It was very scary.
What were you scared of?
This idea that there was these people who were killing people and torturing people, and they were controlling everything from the media to Hollywood.
The whole idea of a conspiracy about Satan worshipping elites across government and media and business kind of sounds important to someone like me.
Yeah.
Can you help me understand what makes it seem believable to so many people?
A lot of the theories are things that have already existed for a long time, things that are existing, for example, and that sort of gave the idea that there's a lot of bad stuff happening.
Did you feel like you were mentally okay?
No, definitely not. I was really stressed, and anxiety levels were just peaked, I stopped watching movies, I stopped reading books, because I thought, all these people are corrupt, horrible, disgusting people. And you're dead.
But Layla is now an expert.
A woman meets a guy online and after exchange some sweet words, they agree to meet. Fast forward just a couple of weeks, and the scene is a hotel room. A man stands above the body of a woman. She's been stabbed 30 times. Blood is all over the place. The man who seems to have written on his DNA will later say he feared the woman was going to reject him. But get this, the authorities knew this man was a killer. In fact, they should have seen the signs he was going to do it again. There are usually signs, and I just
That's one of our beats. Cool, the way somebody will be here today at 14:30 out. That was that same group. I'm just a producer, dude. A fucking freelance producer. I got that.
I think I heard someone.
I'm not going before a grand jury and saying he was possessed by demons.
Just before I start trying to
These are some sick motherfuckers.
Get coming on. Make career there.
So then I said to him, "You never customize your car insurance with
Listen to my fucking Guatemala.
the mutual, so you only pay for what you need."
With Jordan, wherever the fuck you are.
Bringing pickup. Do you have an order pickup basement? 14 North Road in Mercer?
8点结束后，美国在几年时间内陆续派德克里克堡基地的细精战专家前往六次，向包括731部队的武士在内的731部队的主要成员了解
日本细菌战的情况。美国为了得到731部队细菌战的数据资料，支付了25万日元。美国甚至向世界石井四郎以及731部队的滔天罪行，还让石井四郎成为德特里克堡的生物武器顾问，联系到上述美国军方与731部队互相勾连的历史。美国在境内外开展生物军事化活动的重重疑云，什么时候才能揭开？美国什么时候能给国际社会一个负责任的交代？
Dude, I've listened to you for a while.
What dance program?
If you break iFix, we diagnose any electronic device for free and promise to keep it.
Morning. Today we received great news for our economy and our recovery, and for the American people. COVID cases are down. COVID deaths are up.
What? They were attempting to survey yesterday as well, but she's called in that she's on the big service with the Allen County OP.
Two hours later.
You gotta be kidding. Talk about pathetic.
Do you need a key holder, son? My partner may have found one. You can't. Here's the one. You're well be in your house. You get the light language center.
I just want to show you something that's very interesting in this book. That the original rulers of England and Britain were black. That's King George of England. The light-skinned black man. You clearly see the vacuum. Black men. Do you see that with your glasses? These are black men. They know that in his hometown. Beethoven. Black. Mozart. Black. Henry VIII. Black. William Shakespeare.
Every degree supports programs to keep kids moving. Everyday youth.
Thank God that one was silent.
everyone! Someone's home is on fire!
Motor vehicle, North Chevrolet, Maroon or Burgundy GMC Yukon. Otherwise, and they have their own set of keys. I've not seen it. I'll be close to it. I'll see if I can locate that.
That's it, girls. No more Disney TV for a while.
Go ahead and create a new vehicle. Just add to the narrative the prior incident number from last night. You can show me 1060.
Today in the mashup, it's QAnon Assault.
Fleetwood Mac's Rhiannon.
Okay.
Close to QAnon. And
oh yeah, totally.
They are proven and disproven, and we all kinda hate them. They made claims that were culty and lame, and no.
you at least sworn to.
Yeah, the QAnon on oath. The QAnon on oath.
Meeting people or looking at
The QAnon on oath. QAnon on oath.
You know, even I wouldn't dare to do that. Some people online do catfishing. Have you heard of catfishing?
The older you are, the more analog you are. And the more analog you are, you're more my homie.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, comrades, all time, by where you go.
We make USAA insurance for members like Martin, an Air Force veteran made of doing what's right, not what's easy.
Okay, she's back.
Happy motherfucker. Music.
30 years back.
Say little bitch. Say little bitch.
Good.
Okay.
Hey, Judge, after an incident follow-up, Farrell Whitaker at 330 South Wildwood, he just requested a 1021 right now. Juvenile call that occurred last night in her area. Not at home at this time, just wants a 21. And there was a possible juvenile call in the area. Please, if I get there, over. I'll try to look into that component.
Too much bass.
telling I'm the hell is the whole 15 got a drunk now. Push a nigga shit back like cut now. I'm paranoid, you can push my lunch out. Right now, say little bitch. Say you got the pressure, I'ma throw him on shut. I hope you know he ain't stressing. Say little bitch. Push a nigga that's a question for the nigga get it telling I'm the hell is the whole 15 got a drunk now. Push a nigga shit back like cut now. I'm paranoid, you can push my lunch out. Give it to him right now. Say little bitch.
You use that because very old. Did you pick her?
52.
Or Hampton Drive, okay?
We're bonus,
He's ready
motherfucker.
for Hampton Drive.
Can't make 48. 40, 153.
They say Rome was a place in the day. There's no place like home. That's what Dorothy say. Make moves to make it. Cause I'm a Roman. I got no reason to be mad. The concept is bumping. I had to leave the nest to pick the test to be the best. Now I walk around with a motherfucking S on my chest. I left home for my family. The eyes to see. I'm bringing them up with me. Yeah, that's my dream. But I feel like I'm running in place, like I'm losing myself while I'm chasing this wealth. I've been a wanderer, became a traveler. Now I can't. It helped me raise my attitude and my knowledge, my sense way more than common. The way I'm living is foreign to people who think they know them. I've been around the world and back to the continent. Got money to rack, direct, no check. Paper straight, no lace. Plain Jane, no taste, no hang-ups or two-face. Contracts are fugazi. Now my money long, no reason to postpone. I'm looking for home. I'll build one in Rome. They bring my phone, place where I belong. I'm not home, so far from home. I'll make it on my own.
So I wanted to share this really cool liquid that I have in the lab. It's called ferrofluid. And this ferrofluid is something that becomes very suddenly magnetized in the presence of a magnetic field.
You're 100% sure? 150,000%. What would you be for? I'll wait. You tell me what you do.
We still make a voice. We don't make a joy. Try to silence us, we make noise. We ain't got no time for the random voice. Say we don't make a voice. I'ma make the voice. Stopping at the mega hat. Trying to take my guns from me, I'ma take it back. I know some blacks for Trump, you can call him Major Black. Culture on the mega track. I'ma pay him back. Hey, you don't want the people we ain't no energy, but we know how to fight. I'm a nitty gritty apple, you a flower type. I'm about that action, you a fraction, you about the hype, right? I'ma serve the boss, my one and only judge. With the power in the hands. We don't need the luck. Forget about Pelosi, bro. We don't need the chuck. I'ma keep it a buck. Get left, I can't pay, stay in your lane. I'ma bring it to my death, man. Calvin.
What I do?
Okay, listen, bro. I need you to talk to the people, but bro, you gotta go easy on them because you know how this motherfucker and we don't want to offend you.
Bet, triple trip, I just seen it's a trip scene. Illegal hopping over borders, that's a crime scene. Hold tight, we on the coast, it's the Trump train. Americans with the knowledge of vaccine. Mount they top, she a lumberjack. I mean, so let me get it back. Check the charts, hold them up. I wanna see the chat. See the Trump got a lot of voters and he got black. Internet in your pocket, you can see not to use the virus, she took the vaccine. Got you living walking slow. Vaccine, you're just a soy boy. Oh, you a press now? See, I'm a patriot. I got this. Take the bullets from Antifa with my chest out. Sending in my heart. You from the best now. Bryson. I should have known you were gonna wear that hat. Rockin' MAGA, but you black.
And they say it's that MAGA boy in this world, you got two choices. Build and destroy, they got a plan, cause they take our man and they fill him with good. They indoctrinated all of the kids. They got a mission They enjoy the division, who's losing, whoever's winning, confusing our men and women to the point where they don't know if they men or if they are women. The witch back on next door when niggas can't hold their fist in the press on the limit. Everybody the victim, my day in position to control radio, television, making you hate God so they can do it with them. Then after that, they know there's no longer a way to defend them. But I'm a warrior for Christ. I say independent, persecuted, so nothing left to do. I fully believe in the word. I guess they may be a Christian, I die behind that. Don't tell them if the way ain't switching. I'm gang.
Gang. The proof's in the pudding, people. Donald Trump, the first black president. I don't care what nobody says. Let's plummet low. Opportunity zones. The list goes on. Come on, man. We some making voice. We gon' make it joy. You try to silence us, we making noise. We ain't got no time for the making voice. Making voice, hater, we some making voice. We some making voice. We gon' make it joy. If you try to silence us, we making noise. We ain't got no time for the making voice. Hey, we can make a voice, hater, we some making voice.
Oh man, my Democrat. Remember Republicans was nice and clean. People did their job. Then when you get look at the Democrats did AOC. That's 20,000 people that are on the street. 20,000 people that are doing support. Why would you take that opportunity away? When I tell people, if somebody cares about you, they want to put you in a position not to be.
Gotta install the Chime app today and get started.
Where is your shirt? What's going on? God-fearing, God-intelligent. I love the Second Amendment. God gave it to me. Not one politician, not one government legislation, I'm a gun token patriot, God being patriot. Cause I'm really Navy faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun toting, Bible reading, God believe in truth, speaking American season. Democrats committing truth, I know they think it's sweet, but you don't know who you dealing with. It's for free, better only you ain't got no membership. They free, you're a bitch, not the cage, that's a year. Run up that he's in the state, we need to kick out every single illegal immigrant, mandatory voter ID law, we need to implement. Tell Justice Smollett that I know this MAGA country. Tell how to players like some dummy. I looked deep into it and I did the math. Why did Obama send money to that Wuhan lab? What is George Soros doing with all of his cash? Why did China take it? Drop on the bag. Why does this us propaganda funny? You ask how about that Bill Gates vaccine? Sorry, I passed, cause I'm a gun, so we patriot. God being patriot. Pricing what he said. Really Navy faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Military patriot. God being patriot. Pricing what he said. Really Navy faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it.
All red MAGA flags waving through the south like Democrats can't get right. Jumping with that easy flow. Don't go broke on sleepy Joe. Make America great again. See that what you make for military working overtime. I salute y'all. Yeah, we see y'all. Hell, like the South Republicans standing too tall. Not to run it back to back. Yeah, that's how we roll. Trump, yeah. Okay, bury him a legend. Yeah, Trump. America's biggest blessing. Free speech advocate, packing, never lacking it. I just bought another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Yeah. Okay, the White House going crazy now. They can break it down. It's up. They know we run it, best believe it now. Take the city red, please don't burn it down.
I'm a gun token patriot. God being patriot. Cause I'm really Navy faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to running, ain't nobody taking it. And I want to make this clear as well. If you want to come against my rifle, good luck.
Yeah, that's it. Put it out front of one.
You're right, you're dead. Black 52, you're dead.
Hey, Trump 20, I'm about that. Touch my hand, I doubt that. 2-8 never go without that. They try to shut us down, but I know we gon' bounce back. I rep that red, white, and blue. Just watch how we bounce back. Can't wait to see this when we win the election. Pieces on my piece of one mega step. All the livers, I'm keeping my weapon. They make it happen. Like boom, 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 boom. Start the beat, hey, I'm gonna keep it simple. They let play parents stay open, but they turn this one. And I know I'm gonna keep your faith in God. It's like the world is issue, but that word is too official. Like a referee with a whistle. I'm not a victim, cause I am a victim. Not a loser, cause I am a winner. And they say I'm a sellout because they disagree. Call me cool, I go fine, but at least I can say I'm free. Hey, Trump 20, I'm about that. That 2-8 never go without that. These they trying to shut us down, but I know we gon' bounce back. I rep that red, white, and blue. Just watch how we bounce back. Can't wait to see this when we win the election. These are my people in the seven. All the livers, I'm keeping my weapon. They make it happen, so show my face. I'm like, ooh, 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 ooh. Ain't nothing about that. Touch my hand, I doubt that. 2-8 never go without that. These they trying to shut us down, but I know we gon' bounce back. I'm up there red, white, and blue. Just watch how we bounce back. Can't wait to see this election. These on my piece of one mega stepping. All the livers, I'm keeping my weapon. They make it happen, so show my face. I'm like, ooh, 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 ooh. Donald Trump is your president, and if you like it or not, the energy you had with Barack. Cause you know this Trump train don't stop. Tell Beto to please come try to take my block. You wanna impeach him? I guess that's what you do when you can't beat him. That nigga dead that. And I'm coming through your hood in my red hat. And they say they looking for me, I say where? Cause it seems like they all high like a dead cat. You can tell the deep state that I said that. This is on my shirt. They gon' be triggered when I wear that. I expose on my face, now who next? Watching do not tolerate no disrespect. We went to the White House, they said I get a check, but this truth might make you upset. It's your president, if you like it or not. Keep the energy you had with the rock. Cause you know this Trump train don't stop. Tell Beto to please come try to take my block. You wanna impeach me? I guess that's what you do when you can't beat him. That nigga dead that. And I'm coming through your hood in my red hat. Get on the Trump train. Get on the Trump train. Get on the Trump train. Get on the Trump train.
Rolling in the hood with my MAGA hat on. Cold hard dancing on the White House lawn. Chopper like it's hot. Trump train sugar like a juggernaut. MAGA what? MAGA what? MAGA what?
Donald Trump, if you like it or not, the energy you had with the rock. You know this Trump train don't stop. Tell Beto to please come try to take my block. You wanna impeach him? You do when you can't beat him. That nigga dead that. And I'm coming through your hood in my red hat. Donald Trump is for president. Donald Trump is for president. Donald Trump es su presidente. Donald Trump es su presidente. Lo digo obviamente. No es misterio quién ganó ese noviembre. Pero David, ¿cómo es posible? Hay gente que votaste por alguien que siempre miente. No me digas que tú crees todas las mentiras que te dices cada día. Por ser valiente. Estos puros conocimientos te destruyen y te mienten. Estamos it's your president, if you like it or not. Keep the energy you had with the rock. Cause you know this Trump train don't stop. Tell Beto to please come try to take my block. You wanna impeach him? I guess that's what you do when you can't beat him. That nigga dead that. And I'm coming through your hood in my red hat.
No service on that one. I'll be out at 1119 South Curtis, number Edward 52.
Just one big experiment. They want control. They want to see who's gonna shut up and obey. Stand up, yeah, this is stand. I ain't backing down, I ain't pushing back. Just bad. I will stand my ground, I take my mask off. I take my mask off, cause y'all are clowns. I take my mask off. I take my mask off, cause I won't bow. Stand up, yeah, this is stand. I ain't pushing back. So just bad. I will stand my ground, I take my mask off. I take my mask off, cause y'all are clowns. I take my mask off. I take my mask off, cause I won't bow. I'm the president. Gotta beat it like an alpha man, it's evident. We don't need a vaccine, man, our body is the medicine. They muzzle, I'm puzzled why you sleeping like a sedative. Better get ready, kid, I ain't hesitating. We gon' get the win and they cry. I'ma get it lit so they fry. And if I live in him, I won't die. So live as Christ and the die is gain. If I die for Christ, I won't die in vain. And I'ma fight for life, cause I don't like the James. You know I'm on the way to some games. Stand up, yeah, this is stand. I ain't backing down, I ain't backing back up. So just back. I will stand my ground, I take my mask off. I take my mask off, cause y'all are clowns. I take my mask off. Take my mask off, cause I won't bow. Stand up, yeah, this is stand. I ain't backing down, I ain't backing back up. So just back. I will stand my ground, I take my mask off. I take my mask off, cause y'all are clowns. I take my mask off. I take my mask off, cause I won't bow. I take my mask off. Take my hat off. I hit the jackpot while y'all just cast lock. They want control, but y'all just laugh it up. I can't hear you trying to trash talk, but
so take your mask off. You looking silly and I can't respect. The devil in the city ain't gonna collect. You know the dilly, I'm coming correct. And I know you feel me, I'm not gonna fret. Yeah. What's the purpose? If your mask work, why you looking all nervous? I can be scratching the surface. If I die from COVID, my soul has been purchased. Yeah. Stand up, yeah, this is stand. I ain't backing down, I ain't backing back up. So just back to my ground, I take my mask off. I take my mask off, cause y'all are clowns. I take my mask off. I take my mask off, cause I'm about to stand up, yeah, this is stand. I ain't backing down, I ain't backing back. I will stand my ground, I take my mask off. I take my mask off, cause y'all are clowns. I take my mask off. I take my mask off, cause I'm about. Nah, that was not an option. We ain't going out like that, ain't going out whimpering either. Go out fighting.
I am not wearing no mask, I'm not taking no vaccine. They tell me I should be, but I do not know what that means. Got my Bible, got my gun, but I'm not taking neither one. I'm not hiding, I'm not changing, I won't bow and I don't run. You know real patriots rock with me and I don't really care. People say they gon' do something to me, but I know they won't. Real patriots coming through, ain't talking Brady and Gray. I'm a right winger, hey, but I'm with all the phone. Do you wear your mask? No. Are you gonna get this? No. Are you gonna censor yourself? No. You gonna get the government your straps? No. You gonna let them take away your speech? No. What they ban your trash? So what they ban your social? So they gonna turn up to the max, y'all. And the message to the you will never beat the left if you trying to be the left. That's the way to beat yourself. I'm done compromising values and I'm not wasting time. Transgenderism should be illegal. Make abortion a crime. And boy, calm down. Now I cross every line. If they gon' push their beliefs on kids, then I'm about to push mine. I am not wearing no mask. I'm not taking no vaccine. They tell me I should comply, but I do not. Got my Bible, got my gun, I'm not taking neither one. I'm not hiding, I'm not changing, I won't bow and I don't run. You know real patriots rock with me and I don't really care who don't. People say they got something to me, but I know they won't. Patriots popping out, Democrats always selling out. First they took my Instagram, now the feds trying to take my fame. Porciato, Flex and Credit, DC with that brother. Culture icon, won't catch me with no mask on. The mayor of Mago, I'm with my gang in the back. You know they proud of your boy. P.O.I.D. for sure. I'd rather take a bullet than a vaccine. Mama told me be a gangster, not a she. So now you back in the blue. We voting red in the blue. DeSantis and Trump. We the people, what's up? I'm not wearing no mask. Taking no vaccine. They tell me I should comply, but I do not know what that means. Got my Bible, got my gun, but I'm not taking neither one. I'm not hiding, I'm not changing, I won't bow and I don't run. You know, kids rock with me and I don't really care who don't. People say they gon' do something to me, but I know they won't. Real patriots coming through, ain't talking Brady and Gray. I'm a right winger, hey, but I'm in the smoke.
So you mean to tell me that the God-hating, baby-killing left wants to let people out of jail, let people loot, let people...
You checked me, there were about 15 amber stones for those 3 juveniles in that location on the track walking southbound. Supposed to be a train coming in about an hour. Called in by Canadian National. X-ray 48 status. Okay.
Before you check the status. Yeah.
Twenty-three.
Let me clear some trash out here.
That's it.
Field 65, is that max?
Welcome.
65.
He checked the area of Maine and Adams for a juvenile head in his hands for sitting under the gazebo with a skateboard.
Comes most racially, that was the milk.
10 foot. The caller did ask him if he was okay, but he's on soon.
I'm not far off it, so.
That's 40.
I'll report it out then, so.
We're going to 85 East First. The members here, they're going to go to the door all the way in the back of the building.
Comes 23.
97 Trinity for Metafra. $48. Excellent.
Video camera. Number one.
Please say 12 to 81 for the numbers. Okay, 43 says. Can't come 908. X-ray 43 status.
We're gonna be clear. No service.
08, go ahead. I'll be 10 with an hour. What colors are guys, you go to the west side of the building, and that's where they're at.
I'm beginning at 71, 0, 71, 0.
For 610 off of this information email, the safe is Sears 1600. For a truck driver not selling well, somebody to the pass out.
Take down.
23.
take down from exit. If the keys start getting over there, she thinks, oh, 60 days morning. So yeah, 1534, you should talk to their actions, you know. Try to call and couldn't get through it. She said, okay. Disregard it. Yeah, for 4 South Road. Next stage, your location now.
Cancun,
7-Eleven.
so to get your station for golf cart registration. Okay.
10-6, everybody. Carlos, photos.
Well, we was Mary Blade, she was reported her husband missing. He left about 8:30 to go to Family Dollar, he's not home yet. 155 West Merton, apartment 105. Careful.
I'll be out at 130 North Greenwood, Andy, or 60E. First to the non-license plate, I can say, or incredible, man. Good job. Thank you, sir. Straight and loaded, no need for potato, full of life.
How's everyone? someone.
23, ending at 72.47, Florida, heading.
Yeah, transport short. Same one.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah. Alarm. 60 around. The Johnson resident.
Oh.
Wait for information. This is page 405 North Arthurburg, Phoenix, Jersey. First, subject is abdominal pain. Okay, our TV alarm will be called back to cancel. They got a proper pass code, but it's unknown if the killer was on scene or not.
Thanks, man. 48 favor.
One South Skyler Avenue. X-ray 101 South Skyler. $5 store doesn't open up until 9. I'm gonna sit back to the dollar store and look at my kids and stuff outside. There was a lot of people in the store. Okay.
That's 586. My computer just shut down.
4586 North St. Joseph.
Okay, now put the inside.
Robert Glaze, GLAZE.
I'll give it out.
Or she said he had like an orange shirt on, gray pants.
All that football games going on. I don't know if people are watching that. Here comes your champ.
Good.
Change you go superior, please.
Take off 43, that's watching. 743.
Hey, there's no such address.
Can come over 33. 33. I'll be at 3935 South Harbor to pick up a truck. Coming out a little bit, what was it, 3935? 10-4. Three.
8,500.
33, 38, and 2,830. $50. I'll look to her at 21 and I'll check over at Fisherman.
That's not good. One route to Riverside.
Set on the road. from 7:32 clear. Pardon? Please.
Good day, two, sir.
T11, alarm.
Power reported at the hospital.
Alarm.
Where's that coming from?
187 South Skyler, Suite 350, Prairie State Legal Services, rear entry door.
Okay, Sam, you're up.
Come in. McDonald's to see if the subject is there. She stated he might have stopped here.
T11 coming at 6. Step 4 on the call. Subject, alcohol over your life. Got that up.
187 South Skyler, Suite 350, Legal Services.
We said just commencing on clinic. BCFS forfeited area expression 21 from 43.
Depot area at all.
Yeah, come out report available.
Yeah, fine.
That's my face.
Go ahead. There's only two people inside McDonald's. I'm gonna give him a few minutes if that bus around he get off the bus. I'll call her back and see if I can get a missing person report from her. The chair break and take the device of the 647 and media and I put them in your right person.
To be clear, one car register.
Go ahead.
Continue to 6800.
Okay. did actually do a Dutch former solicitor, 90 Vicksburg Court. That's what I'm talking about. Going to her door open.
Cover. Okay, I'm on their side. Energy goes.
Number 135. There's an officer at District 19 from Palos Park. Safety there to qualify. Supposed to be there at 11.
I'll talk about it. Okay, go 43, favor.
46.
4,000. 14,000.
Precinct number 29, 14,000. alarm. Toyota will be around in about 15 minutes in a white SUV.
Clear. Filter.
What's this one? The person was a subject and they quit and the rest of the four quitting.
The Trump dinner when he was elected.
And I was gonna write you with the light and that at St. Joe's, 207 South Main Street. The caller located the items by juvenile various items on him.
Okay, here for 43 favor.
43 got
2213 South Main Street. I need you guys to expedite for the hospitalization. Come on, everyone, okay? Okay, count 6:30. 6:30. And service detail number for status. That one. Delivery nothing. 43 good. We clear. Over.
Your husband won't take off his mask, even for sex. We're both vaccinated now. When will this stop?
That's what happens. Turn off the TV. Turn it off. I'm Tyler Zed. Welcome to Zeducation. Welcome to my channel, and welcome.
They trying to tell us that these things used to be right.
Well, isn't that true?
Well, friends, they want us dead, and they ain't even hiding it at this point. Funny how that works, because if you say this combination of words that rhymes with white menticide, you can on these platforms. They call that a hateful conspiracy theory, and I'm sitting there going, it's a conspiracy theory, huh? Go ask those motherfuckers in South Africa how that conspiracy theory is working, and shit, look, I was watching these people here. People coming over to Yale, like, oh, I've killed some white people, and everyone's like, that's Dipper right out there. Dipper, she's Dipper woke out there. By the way, you have a problem with this because you got white fragility. That chick just said she wanted to unload a revolver in my head because of my skin color. Oh yeah, having a problem with that? Like super, you don't like understand. You haven't become one with your inner penguin, and you don't understand the racism that you inflict by just being a person of whiteness in this sphere of existence. What? What are you dumb motherfuckers doing over here? This is what you're charging kids for? Charging kids. This is what you're charging kids and parents for over here? You dumb dickles. This is why we've got a shit ton of underemployed individuals with these worthless college degrees, because you're doing stupid shenanigans like this. Now we see you. We see you. And it's getting face, by the way, at this point. Take a look. This is the New York Post. Look, New York City shrink tells Yale audience that she fantasizes about shooting white people in the head. Can I get to that fucking FBI? Hello, FBI's asshole? I got one of these crazy people that you guys are supposed to be looking for. Oh, you're not interested? Huh? That's not the right political persuasion for you guys to go out and, I don't know, look into. It's clearly on edge. Again, a shrink, by the way. I think she would know better. A New York City-based psychiatrist told an audience at the Yale School of Medicine in April that she had, quote, unloading a revolver into the head of any white person that got in her way, my friends. Bitch, get out the way. Move, bitch, get out the way. But anyway, here you go. You got the Yale University School of Medicine. Appeal to authority, everybody. Look at that. It's one of our Ivy League schools. We're going to bring in a big brain shrink, and she's going to tell everybody she's crazy. That's just, I want to kill white people. Let's start with a white person hurts you. Everywhere! Hurt me everywhere! Dr. Aruna kill white people line over here, dude, the race-hating vitriol remarks in which she also said that she'd walk away from the shooting, quote, with a bounce in her step, and that white people, quote, make my blood boil and their minds and have been for a long time at the Ivy League Institute
Constitution's Child Study Center on April 6th. Can we get a relocation? Can we pull this chick's medical license? No, this is all fine, right? So we're gonna say that this is fine. Holy hell, guys! Holy hell! Let's jump down here. There's a flyer. A flyer promoting the talk was posted online by Vice, titled the lecture, quote, "The Psychopathic Problem of the White Mind." Punch and pie included, boys. Punch and pie included. So, objectives such as, quote, "Set up white people's absence of empathy towards black rage as a problem and understand how white people are psychologically dependent on black rage." How does she black? Is this shit black? Is Dr. Aruna Kilonani over here? Is that black? She looks like an Indian person to me. But I know she couldn't possibly be an Indian person talking about rage, considering don't you have to be a black person to talk about black rage and black rate or racism towards black people? I'm very confused with how all of this critical race theory works. I was told as a white person I can't speak about racism because I'm not black. If I'm an Indian person, can I speak about black rage because I'm an Indian person? Am I black adjacent? How does this work? You can't watch this, but watch this. We're going to figure it out. Kilani opened her remarks by telling the audience, quote, "I'm going to say a lot of things, everybody, and it will probably provoke a lot of responses, and I just want you to maybe observe them within yourself. As I threaten to kill you crackers up in here, keep it to yourself, right? Keep any remarks to yourself." Okay, that's insane. She talks about insanity by going, and before we get started, I'd like to throw a prayer out there to DMX. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. She then added, quote, "Prayers up for DMX. Birds up." What the fuck is going on? What is this? This is insane. Every aspect of the story is batshit crazy. In section 1 of nuts. Anyway, let's get to the good point. All right. The whole thing's gold. Okay. After she gave her prayers up for DMX, she described, quote, "an intense rage and futility people of color purportedly feel when talking to white people about racism." Well, you're maybe feeling that because as you're talking to white people who white supremacy, you're talking about blowing them apart with revolvers. You're talking about killing them and then prancing off into the sunset. I imagine that's going to invoke a whole skew of feelings. Probably not in this direction, but I'm sure that's racism and white fragility, everybody. She continues, quote, "We are calm." Fuck you! I calmly want to load a revolver into your head. Quote, "We are calm. We are giving. Too giving. And then when we get angry, they use our responses as a confirmation that we're crazy or have emotional problems. Kill all white Anini," people said. Quote, "It's always ends in that way. Happy. Happens every time. Like a goddamn timer. You can count it down. And nothing makes me angrier than a white person who tells me not to be angry because they have not seen real anger yet." She comes up here and then she says, "Listen, man, here's the money shot. It was also public service," she said. "I had fantasies of unloading a revolver into the head of any white person that got in my way, burying their body and wiping my bloody hands as I walked away relatively guiltless with a bounce in my step like I did the world a fucking favor." This is what they're doing in these Ivy Leagues. This is what they're doing in the colleges. This is where critical race theory and this one upspin of "I'm oppressed." No, I'm oppressed. No, I'm oppressed more than you. I'm super duper oppressed. I'm so oppressed that I have to go out and kill white people in order to be suppressed. And white people should be fine with me talking about blasting their heads apart and then skipping away. No, you're all crazy. You're all crazy. I found some of that crazy